Oh, hello. What are you drawing today? Um, I would like to design a new character, or like just start working on a new character. I started writing ideas for this character yesterday, and I don't know what is gonna happen today because it's really confusing to me. And if it's confusing to me, it'll be confusing to everyone. But I'm not gonna think about that right now. I'm just gonna warm up. So, is it the first one on the brain dump? No. So, I don't know. I think I did this and it confused me even further. So, if you weren't here yesterday, basically we're designing circus characters. Um, and these circus characters, they are putting on a story that is satirizing the mafia. So I have to combine like different circus acts with different characters that you might find in the mafia. And I think that is already like complex enough. But then I went into this whole thing where it's like, oh, it could be more like interesting and symbolic because like just having mafia characters is kind of, it could be more interesting. So I had like a farm theme where the mafia were wolves and the police were herding dogs and the townspeople would be like farm animals. And then the main character could be like a black sheep or something. And then I was like, okay, what if we had a Halloween or a restaurant theme where it's like the mafia is restaurant staff and they're all vampires and this is the only place in the entire town where everyone's allowed to eat. And then they have a cooking competition to overthrow the mafia. And then I was like, okay, what if it was a school theme where the mafia is like the rich kids and the police is like the student council. And then they have to have like a High School Musical-esque battle at the end. But everyone is a sea creature also. There's like just too many ideas happening and I don't know what to do with it. And I might use none of them. Yesterday we kind of did this where I drew the police officer with, police chief with dogs who represent the police force. Yeah. If you go with the farming theme, you can make Mafia wolf characters, yes. In this one, the Mafia would be the wolves. And then the police are like the herding dogs because they're supposed to protect the townspeople and the sheep and the cattle, but they could be easily influenced. And then I was like, okay, what if the main character was like a black sheep who, or, I mean, the main character is Leto, so he would be a wolf, but like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Baby animal gets lost or escapes and has to pretend to be a wolf. And then in the forest, it would encounter lots of mystical animals. But today, I wanted to see what I could do with our two main characters. So this is what we did like in the last video. This kid's from the mafia, this kid's from the circus. But I'm like, if the circus is, if I'm changing it to be like, the circus is satirizing the mafia, of course it would make sense if these two were like, if Soul's role was to satirize Lito's position. But I haven't like written what the actual story is. So it's kind of confusing. But obviously Soul has to be fire spitting. That's like the one thing that has to stay consistent about his character. So I was like, it does make sense though, because Lito wants to expose injustice and Soul has fire. So I was like, oogie. Like fire symbolically, it illuminates, it sheds light, it burns away stuff to let new stuff grow. And fire can change color, so if they're doing a performance, like if he encounters a quote-unquote evil character, it could like change color. So I need to like, but that's like too much thinking and not enough drawing, so I'm gonna just start drawing. Let's see. Yesterday I was doing this warm-up, this Zeet animal life drawing. I think I'll continue doing this and drawing horses. Well, I'll be here for the next 5+ hours. So y'all get whatever you need to get done, and I will too, hopefully. I like this part of the horse that just looks like a hockey puck or a Coke bottle or something in his leg. I'm like, what the heck? But it's kind of appealing. Chiseled ass horses. These are actually supposed to be like baby horses, so they're supposed to be cute, but baby horses still have muscles and tendons. It looks so painful to draw. I actually love drawing horses. I think that if you can draw, like, the way you should draw horses is the way that you would draw human anatomy. Just like a little bit. Like the shapes are more frequent. I'll eventually make a video about it. but I like the shapes found in horses. No, we didn't finish in time before the time change. It's so funny watching this. I'm watching the Zeet, which you do have to pay for, but I'll show you a little bit. The demo artist, she draws the horses all like so cute. Like she is drawing the horses like they're so... She's obsessed with how cute they are. And I'm like, we're just seeing two completely different things, but I respect how she's able to capture horses in this way. I can't see the cuteness. I can only see the coolness. Yeah, she's like out here like drawing them as cute little girls. uh, Maybe I'll counter that by making them hot men, hot centaurs. Who is the artist? Let's see. I actually do follow them. Carol Cow. So she does a lot of like cute OC fantasy related illustrations. Horses. And I'm very glad that I understand Chinese because they only speak in Chinese when they do these things. And all she says the entire time is like, oh, the horses are so cute, they're so cute. And I'm like, wow, I'm like inspired by how cute you think these little horses are. I think this artist is purely driven by making things cute. think horses and animals were probably one of the first things I ever learned how to draw. I made a lot of animal mashup OCs. A lot of Pokemon, if you know what I mean. A lot of warrior cats. But then I stopped drawing animals. I don't know why, but I should start doing that again. You're 100% sure that I was a Warrior Cats fan? Why? What about anything I've done indicates this? I mean, you're 100% correct. I just wonder what, like, about somebody gives that vibe. I used to play the online Warrior Cats, like, Flash game, where you had to, like, survive or whatever. It's like ancient history now. I can't find any proof that it existed. Dude, I still think that the Guardians of Ga'Hoole movie, the 3D movie, is like so peak. Like, it looks so good, first of all, for like 3D animated animals, and it's so old. And like I guess I haven't really watched like any 3D animated animal movies like Lion King or anything, but like that owl movie looks so good. And the plot was pretty decent too. Dare I say, that owl is like my type. Although he kind of is like created to be a generic, like everyman owl hero. It scared you as a kid. I could see that. I can see lots of children's movies being traumatizing for kids. For me, it was like Monsters Inc. and Finding Nemo. Those did not sit well with me as a child. Sometimes when I watch movies now, I'm like, oh, like, this is a children's movie, but it's gonna traumatize a child for sure. Like Monsters Inc. just had the feeling of the like the back rooms that you accidentally fall into as a child, and and you get trapped there, and they're like you've lost your parents at the mall or something, and you can't find them. I guess Spirited Away also. When her parents turn into pigs, that like really upset me as a child. When that guy gets the color sucked out of him, I don't remember that, but I guess it traumatized you. Like, I would get traumatized by shit like that and then watch Charlie the Unicorn and be fine. And like Happy Tree Friends. My cat just fell off the windowsill. Oh my god. He was sleeping too hard and he fell off. It's so funny. You just hear a thud and then a meow, and he's like, got his claw stuck in the curtain. I'm like, wow. Bro was knocked out. I made this horse too short. Oh, you know what really traumatized me? Spy Kids, when they turn into gloves or whatever, or like fingers. That was really awful. I can't even look at like that scene as an adult and feel better about it. It just, I think even as an adult, that's awful. Okay, I've drawn enough horses. I'm gonna draw people now. Okay, more Zeet Studio. And try to draw something with unconventional shapes, so I just get used to it. I'm gonna put this on a different layer. Great. What also traumatized me is the thing in Avatar, The Last Airbender, who changed faces. I did not like that. Isn't it weird how children's, like, media just freaks children out so bad? Why are we doing that? I also did not enjoy Monster House. It was the first movie I ever watched in theaters, and it was like traumatizing. Now kids get like Coco Melon and Frozen. I wonder if there's anything to be traumatized about in like Frozen. Elsa straight up, Anna straight up dies. Like, hmm. Guess I don't really remember. I feel like I rarely, maybe Spirited Away was only one that was 2D animated. That kind of freaked me out. But the rest of them were like live action or CG mix or 3D. I think it maybe was just the uncanny valley. Have you ever animated? Yes, I have. Yesterday I actually watched some of my old like animation experiments back again. I'm like, hey, it's like actually not that bad. Like, I could potentially try to do some animation like passion project. Short, very small passion project. But animating, I don't know if I have the guts for it. There's this movie about a little boat kid who wants to join the military and a cricket almost kills him. I'm pretty sure I also watched that, but it was like not an old movie. I watched it when I was like an adult. Okay, I think I've warmed up enough. You're born in 2004, but you were a kid when it came out. Since people ask about animation, I'm like looking through my old animation folders and it's like so funny the title of this folder. Final. These are really not good. Because, like, when you have the issue with like non-animation schools and taking an animation class where you have to make like a final film, they don't teach you how to freaking animate. So if you want to make something that looks decent, you have to learn how to actually animate on your own. And they don't teach you like filmmaking either. So it's like, well, I guess I'll just teach myself everything while trying to make a film that's obviously not going to turn out well because you didn't teach me anything and you only had one semester. Advanced animation. Ew. Ugh. I gotta check these out before I show them. There was one thing I did that I can't find. But basically I just recreated an entire Mob Psycho fight sequence as a study. It was pretty gnarly. But I don't think I'm built for animation. I'm most likely built for comics. Okay, so we gotta figure out what the heck we're drawing. Which character we're designing today. Gotta find some reference. This is not gonna be easy. If I have to tell myself it'll be easy. Well, he's gotta be a fire spinner. That much is obvious. Why are these all so pixelated? Actually, back in college, one of my friends, boyfriends, now ex, used to spin fire and he let me take some photos. So I guess I could use my own photos. I like this one. It's pretty dynamic. This one's also nice. But is it at all useful for this project? I need like some interesting poses. Oh. But I think more than anything, I just need a story that makes sense. This video is about to be whack. Because when I make like the OC design videos, I'm like, oh, I have to figure out the entire story first before I can figure out what the characters should potentially look like. But it's like writing this story is very laborious. Like a good laborious, but it will take a lot of time that doesn't really matter in the production of this video. I've been watching more writing related content, and there's like discussion about how tropey modern writing has become, and how like we just rely on tropes now to write things instead of like making good characters that people care about. It's like, wow, I don't really care about main girl character and main guy character only sharing one bed when like we don't know who the hell they are and there's no reason to care. Or like, I don't really care that they're enemies to lovers when they're only enemies because they disagree on one topic. There was also somebody who said that the new trend, or like the old trend, is that people tend to write stories that were like really focused on world building. And nowadays people prefer to start with the characters instead of the world. Whereas before it would be like, here's a cool world. Now how do we make characters to explore that world? Whereas now it's like, I want these characters to have this dynamic. And I feel like I definitely fall into the characters first. But like the characters, they have to serve the story. That's why I have a hard time just like designing OCs. Like, oh, here's my OC with no story or lore attached. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but I can't do it. So like the character I'm trying to create right now, it's like there's a lot of if this then that, and I can't figure out what the then that is until I figure out the if this. But I think that just means I need to start somewhere, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Dinner has been demolished. I hope you enjoy your food coma while watching this. Let's see. I think this just needs to be able to be visually manifested. So like, I just need to focus more on what should it look like instead of what's the entire story. Let's see. So I'm thinking like a Naruto situation. I'll just write that down. Naruto situation where spirit is sealed inside, gives him powers. The spirit is a fire spirit, though. Fire spirit. And what I wrote yesterday is that there'll be an equal exchange. The fire spirit says he'll grant this boy a wish in exchange for something. In exchange for... And like, it's a circus story, so it can't be too dark, right? But like we said, lots of things for children do end up traumatizing. So maybe it can be dark. Big back tattoo. That would be interesting. Just writing down ideas and like then rolling the dice on them. Yeah, it could always change in the future. Like, in order to kill your darling, you need to have a darling in the first place. So... how do you make decisions on what's best for the story? Well, clearly I don't know because I haven't, like, created an original story in a long time. So, this'll just be practice. But I do have a habit of, like, just writing, like, 50 pages of, like, oh, it could be that, or it could be this. Which is like really irritating for me. I would love to just decide and make it like easy. I just have like 50 pages of like asking myself questions like, okay, we do this. And then I ask myself, but like, what about this? And why does that happen? And like, what about the plot hole here? And then I have to answer all my questions, and then I have more ideas, and then I have more questions. I think I just need practice. Because stories can be very simple and just be executed really well. Fire spirit will grant one wish in exchange for I mean, the logical answer would be like his life. Why not? His life. The wish. What is the wish? It seems like it should be a revenge story. Is it too dark for a circus though? The type of character that Leto is, the trope is that they're always out for revenge against something. Okay, I'll just write revenge. But then what the heck does this look like visually? Revenge against... in exchange for some time to take control of his body. Yeah, one of my ideas yesterday was like the fire spirit asked to like take control of his body and just like know what it's like to be a human boy. But then okay, I'll write that down as another. Fire spirit will grant one wish in exchange for... What if it's like an identity takeover? His life, but then the fire spirit just becomes him. Hikaru moment. What would be fun to have happen in the story? I like stories that like where the storytelling is what makes it good. You know what I mean? Like the structure of the story. There's the timeline in which the story happens, but that's not the like order that you should tell the story in. So I really respect when like writers or directors like reveal the events in a way where like the way they reveal the events tell the story. Like that's not helpful for this situation because it's like I need the sequence of events first before I figure out the order in which to reveal them. Randomly revealing character backstories does not count in this case because like that really irritates me. I'm like oh my god, the demon hunter like pattern of like, oh, we're fighting this villain, flashbang, we have 3 episodes in their fucking backstory. So annoying. One of my favorite movies is The Handmaiden because it is like they tell the entire story and you think you know what happens, and then we go all the way back to the beginning and then they retell the story from a different perspective, and it's like, oh, actually we didn't understand what was happening at all and we have a completely new perspective. And then there's a little bit of third act where it's like wrapping up the story based on what we now know based on the 2 different tellings of the story. So like in this case, the overall like structure of this story is like there's this circus performance which is telling a story narratively, and then there'll be another story happening outside, or like it would have preluded the circus story, and I would tell them in tandem, like circus and then past circus, past circus, past, and hopefully like it would weave into something that makes sense. But as for the actual events that happen and what the characters look like, or taking over his body to experience what it's like to be a human boy. The protagonist. What does your character want really bad and how would they get to it? So in this case, we would really have to distinguish between the multitude of characters that are like smashed into this one character. So we would have to distinguish that we're talking about the character in the circus story. What does this protagonist want? Yeah, so like we have to figure out what his wish is. Revenge, or like it could be something like eliminate evil, because that's simple enough for children to understand, but also like I don't want to write a story where it's so black and white, where it's like, oh, evil and good. Eliminate evil. Like that is something that a child could wish for, I guess. Fire spirit is on the good side. It will help the main character, like, expose the evil characters. Evil characters as in, like, the mafia characters who are masquerading. But like, what we really need to do is figure out what the visual language for this entire thing is. Like, where, when, where and when. Are we in a fantasy world where everyone's like a wolf, fox, whatever? Or are we in the modern world? I think we can stay modern in this story. We already have a pretty modern looking cop. I also went to watch a circus where like the performers were all like townspeople, and it worked pretty well. The how? We cannot get into the how. The how is like the part where you just fall into analysis paralysis. When and where is modern? When, where? Oh my god. When? Modern town. How, and then there's who. But as a child, would it be like, don't be mean to others or something naive? Yeah, I guess. Like, eliminate evil would mean he uses talk no jutsu. And he just talks to them and be like, stop being mean. And they just stop being mean. think we have to like keep this guy on the side here because this is our other character that we have. And it might help try to bring them into the same world. Wow, I really should have spent more time thinking about this yesterday. I don't know if we'll get any drawing done today. I mean, yeah, you can share some ideas. Always open to ideas. Let's see. Honestly, the simplest way to do it would just to be like have all these different mafia bosses, like have them literally be like video game bosses, and he has to like go through every single one of them until he reaches the final boss. Like what town specifically? Yeah. Yeah, like for example, is it like Chicago, where it's like high rises and subways? Or is it like some seaside small town? In the previous iterations of this, it was always somewhere like Chicago, where it's like a modern city. But it could also work in like some fictional town, like Gotham. But like a personal Gotham. So I think I'm just gonna connect these. I'm gonna say, okay, the police chief, the act. I need a table. I only need 2 columns though. This is the act. This is the character. Act. dog show. Dog stunts. Police chief. Fire spinning is the protagonist. Why can't I make these wider? And then the boss slash Don. I think he will either be just like a voice. I don't think he'll be material, so I don't think he will need an act. Maybe like shadow puppet. Puppetry. I think this should be over here. And then a press character would be really cool. I could do like a camera head character or something. Let's see. Press. What kind of act would fit the press? I need a more circus acts list. Somebody's gonna be the ringmaster, so we'll put that down here. Maybe the one where they like climb. What is that, like Chinese pole? Flaw he could have is that he becomes too reliant on the fire spirit. Somebody who has the power to separate the spirit from his body does so, and he has to learn how to combat bosses without the aid of his abilities. Yeah, that could be like third act shit. Maybe like that's when he faces his dad, the boss. I'll just put Chinese pole here. what's going on? We're problem solving this story before I draw anything. Well, I definitely want horses in there, so I'm gonna add horses. It's always the dad. Yeah. Daddy issues. So, you know. think I just have to write myself a brief, as if I'm the art director commissioning something from me. Otherwise, there's nothing concrete to work off of. This character is an older teenage boy. He has fire powers. Kind of have to decide whether he's like flashy or more secretive. Oh my god. What if I put the freaking Naruto... I don't even know what it's called when he goes like golden. Naruto forms. What the heck is KCM? What does this stand for? Naruto KCM. QB chakra mode? Holy crap. Why am I just recreating Naruto? But it's kind of like the vibe. He looks like a Pikachu. I don't think. I would say it's okay if he shows his face. It doesn't need to be anonymous. Okay, I think I need to like go into power scaling anime territory. Unless other people have like references for characters who get like possessed or powered up and go into like a different form. I don't even know how to begin looking for this. Oh boy. It's crazy that sports anime are on this list. Gentry Chow. Definitely seen this around. Ooh. I see. No way. This is like a certified Asian American moment. I can see a lot of parallels between this and what I'm trying to make. And also between this and many existing franchises slash creative projects. Oh my gosh. I gotta put magical girl slash magical boy as a possibility. Magical girl slash magical boy. I think it's in my head because of the panty and stocking twinks. Mm, I mean, without the possession, it's giving like Omori. Possibly like the most generic. Like protagonist moment. Putting him next to Naruto. It's really funny. Dude, I was watching the Panty and Stocking clips. I've never watched this show before, but they have these two twinks in it, and they just speak in Gen Z slang. They said "what the helly," and I almost passed away. Let me see if I can find a clip. Panty and Stocking. Oh my god. Is this in English? English. Did you all see this? Wait, I'll find the post. It's on my Twitter. I liked it. Okay, I'll turn on my computer audio for this.
You're a gem. Thanks a bunch, Zaddy. Gotta stay in the know. While you two are literally lounging around 24/7 and fucking around, we entered a whole new era. You guys are all washed up now. You should probably just call it quits and spend the rest of your lives in this boring dump of a town. Yeah, victory is so temptingly close I can taste it. I like almost feel bad for him, but TBH, I think it's just giving indigestion. Huh? Wait, what was that? Bruh, the thought of ever being as mid as them totally gives me the ick! Chuck, no, absolutely not! Hard pass! Oh my god, if we're like, if we're gonna fucking kill myself!
They're crashing out for real.
What the helly?
What the helly?
This cannot be happening! I mean, like, on God, we just took the fattest L!
No way. No, this was truly inspiring.
Wanna know what I think? Low-key feels like we're about to kick it into high gear. Oh, evil spirit. Born of those lost between
I
heaven
love
and
Studio
earth.
Trigger.
May the thunderous power from the garments of these holy tender-skinned youths
Holy tender skin
filth and
news.
foulness. May your corruption and blight be shattered into dust and return you to heaven and earth. Repent or perish, bitch.
Whoa. Repent or perish, bitch. Crazy. Like Venom, yes. I do think the fire is sentient. having indigestion. Yeah, it could be that he doesn't get possessed. But he will need like an alternate identity, like a secret costume. I know, right? Is this a good pitch for my character? He's like Omori, but when he gets possessed, he turns into Naruto. I'll add Venom for the funsies. I need a picture that's not like... These are so whack. Let me put magical girl. Why can't I type today? Magical girl. Magical girl Venom? Whoa, what's happening here? Oh, okay. I thought people made Venom into like a magical girl. Wait, really? That is what happened? Oh my god. Oh, magical girl transformation. The fire is a character, and it could possess and take the personality of whoever it's bonded with. That is interesting. Because what if the big boss steals the fire at the very end? Well, these are all conceptual writing concepts, but we gotta draw shit. Fear. These are all like really certified Hikaru movements. Let me just put Hikaru on this. Because Yoshiki is also... It's like if the eldritch entity took over Yoshiki instead and turned him into Hikaru. Oh my god, where do I put this? Well, there's like too many considerations. Let me draw the character that this character will be based off of. I'm having thoughts and ideas that I haven't said yet about like the actual story beyond the circus. I don't know how the hell this video is going to come together. How am I going to explain all this? And how do I draw legs? JoJo's. I am sure there are many interesting concepts in JoJo's. I've never watched it though. Well, I tried to watch it and I don't think it's for me. Although, like, I can see how it stands applied to this specific concept. Okay, so the character that this character is based on. What does he wear? Obviously this is Leto. Damn it, do we need to go to Pinterest? It's like a Shinji moment. It's like he needs to look like... I think he is a prep school student, so maybe... Prep school. Uniform. What the heck? Oh, that's just... Is this Umbrella Academy? Male. I guess... I mean, they're also generic, but I guess that's the point. And, I think it has to take place in the summer. So... But in the summer, there's no school. So why would they be in the school uniform? I don't... Ugh. Oh my god. Another thing about this character is, though, I think he would prefer to wear long sleeves. He's got a lot of things to hide. Summer classes. That's true. I mean, he's giving the vibe of like somebody whose dad plays golf. Or like a rich international student who's just depressed, but he's not international because he's just an American. Anyway, this part doesn't matter too much. You guys have to go to school during the summer? No. How many countries have a summer holiday and which ones don't? Dude looks like he's ready to clock in on his 9 to 5 when he's a teenager. Maybe I'll give him shorts. Ew. I would hate to encounter him in real life. Bro, when it comes to like my main characters, I just can't draw them. They need to stay like amorphous. They only exist in letters and concepts. Long sleeveless shorts contradicts the persona. Hey, Omori is depressed and he wears shorts. Just like with long pants though, bro looks like he's 35. You think that fits the persona? Actually, the version that we did last time, I'm still pretty okay with. So let me find it. This one. He looks so funny. I think his head is too small. Okay, so that's what he's based off of. But nobody knows that. This is so dumb. The actor who plays him is literally gonna be Soul. So the actor who plays him does not look like this at all. Reminds you of Junpei from JJK. Yeah, it's like that emo guy vibe. Actually, I think him and Soul need to look kind of similar if they're gonna pull off this plot that I have for them. But, long sleeve or short sleeve privilege. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this and make a version with shorts. He has long socks though. It's like giving number 5 from Umbrella Academy, you know? These shorts are too short, too long still. I think I messed his proportions up. Let's see. Yeah, season 3 of Umbrella Academy was a disaster. Disastrous. But I watched it anyway. Is it harder to draw on stream? It's easier, honestly, because I mean, in the beginning of this, kind of witnessed me like overthinking for like 2 hours, and I'm still overthinking. If I was on my own, I would just like go watch YouTube or something. But if I'm on stream, then I have to be productive, so. No, I usually go watch other streamers and then I get distracted. How did I feel about the latest season, the last season? It was dumb. It was dumb. I really don't like it when shows end with like the last like disaster is like just a monster. I was like, really? This is like what it culminates to? All of that? And the final conflict is we just have to beat this monster up. Hello? In Umbrella Academy? What? We love art streams, but not many artists do on YouTube. I can give you some recommendations. Although, I only know... The people I know are like... They don't talk during stream, or like they're not English speakers, but their streams are really cool. There's this artist who I found... And I don't think they post anywhere else, but I think they're Korean. They only do live streams, and it's like crazy live streams. It's like, what is your day job, bro? Like, where do you work? Because you have to be a professional. They just like draw for 10 hours straight, but they don't talk, so. Yes, the first season or two-ish of Umbrella Academy is pretty good. I think the blazer and the shorts look decent together, so I'm gonna try that in a sketch. Maybe he just doesn't sweat. I was thinking about this recently. Like how media and fans treat uh like rich characters, and how it seems like all the evil rich characters are like they were never born rich. Usually they're like self-made entrepreneurs that became rich through some means. But then like there's a lot of characters who are rich, but they're born rich and they like are heroes. Like Batman. It's like Batman versus Lex Luthor. One of them's evil and he made like a corporation. But Batman is rich and he uses his money for good things, supposedly. And I just like see that pattern a lot. Like Kingsman is one of my favorite movie series, and like Kingsmen are rich. I mean, they're like secret agents and shit. But they were like born into richness. But I guess Eggsy was chosen for that life. But Eggsy's not an entrepreneur or anything. But the like main villains of those stories are always like businessmen who are like trying to change the world with their like money that they earn, and like that's just very interesting. It's like the generational wealth versus wealth that you gained by other means. Ooh. John Anthony has a controversial opinion on Batman and Lex Luthor. Yeah. Are there any examples of like media that specifically depicts old money as evil and like new money as the good guys? Ooh. Lots of Lex Luthor supporters in the chat. Okay, I like this shorts version. It's just more interesting visually. Harry Potter. I don't think I remember enough about Harry Potter. Okay, I don't think I can draw these characters just standing straight on. I need them to be acting. It's a circus after all. Yeah, I just keep thinking about like how a lot of protagonists are like the rich person who didn't choose to be born into money, but now that they have all these resources, they can use it to do good things, versus the person who really wants money and thinks that they deserve to, they know what's like best for the world, so they like build a business until they become rich and then impose their judgments upon humanity or whatever. Like, okay, Lelouch was kind of one of those like rich kids who like disagreed with the way world was, and then he used his privilege to change the world. There's not really a counterpart in Code Geass, though. It's not like Suzaku tried to be rich or anything. Yeah, Batman versus Iron Man. Was Iron Man? I feel like he was he always rich? They were war profiteers. Wow. I think you're on subject. I just don't know much about JoJo, but that sounds about right. These poses? That's not a good pose for him. I'm gotta find a pose that's like I'm gonna do the generic. Oh, I found a spark of light pose. The fancy rich pose. Right now I'm trying to picture how an actor would play him in the story that we've created. Nobody but him and this actor know that this is actually portraying him. So I don't think he would be obviously rich in this one. It's more like I'm just gonna make somebody who looks kinda like Omori. Wow, Nightwing. Basically became the new Batman, huh? Okay, I think I'm hungry, so I'm gonna pause this and then continue after I eat. Lunch. Okay, I'm back. I think I need to spend some time on Pinterest. Or I need some like theme ideas, because with no motifs, no themes, it's really hard to start designing theme ideas. It could be video game themed. I would like it if it was something I have personal experience with, so I could inject it into the story more authentically, where all the bosses are actual bosses, like video game bosses. Bosses who drop items. And the main character is like a video game main character. And then I could design it in a more modern way, because I don't think I'm equipped to do something like cultural or historical. Ooh, okay, it could just be a play on schoolboy. Time to go look at male fashion on Pinterest. Fantastic. What's gonna happen if I just look up boy fashion? Oh boy. I don't think so. Oh my god, it's time for our Gen Z circus hero. No way. I kind of want to contrast it with the fire. Okay, I'll just save these to start. I mean, I love street fashion. So I would love an excuse to draw more street fashion. Is this the project to do that? It's questionable. But why not? I mean, something simple that could, like, obscure your identity. Ooh. I'm not a huge fan of techwear. I will say that. These are very interesting, but like these are other artists' ideas. I guess I could be inspired. Whoa. Something simple is ideal. I like the Batman mask. That's literally just a Batman mask. Maybe something like this could fit the circus. Whoa, that is cool. Whoa. This idea of transforming one item into another is very interesting. We'll see if that. These are so cool. What the heck? Whoa. Bruh. I kind of want to save these just because they're cool, but they're not relevant to my project. We'll put this in fashion. The baggy outfit, this one is very cool. I like how small the head is. Yeah, people got on my case last time though, because I gave Soul like baggy-ish, flowy clothes, and they were like, "You shouldn't do that because he spins fire and it could catch fire on his clothes." And I was like, "You're right, but it could just be like fire retardant fabric or something. Where's the whimsy?" Like, I would love to have this fire spinning character wear baggy, flowy clothes. But then people are like, it's gonna catch fire, it's gonna catch fire. It would look cooler if it caught fire. Yeah, maybe that's the point. Maybe I designed it to catch fire. This is interesting. I'm gonna end up making like best genist or something. But I don't want to. You know what? Usually when I'm on Pinterest, I get a bunch of like saucy BL manga ads. This is the first one, so it's pretty tame today. Like, yeah, I guess it could just cover his face with a bag. Like, why not? That's an option. Ooh, these are people? I kind of like how dark it is. Okay. I feel like this fire staff should have some interesting lore or design. It's boring if it's just a wooden staff. So what I think about is Ryoko, Kill la Kill, and her scissor blade. I want something like that. Fire pit poker. Let me see what that looks like. It's probably a little bit too on point. Should be symbolic. Like the scissors for Ryuko, that's because Kill la Kill is about clothing and like making clothing. So the scissors are like, they cut cloth. So what are we doing here? Items symbolic to what's going on. Let's see. May I make a list of items? Could be a pen. What I had for lunch? Just some leftovers. Went to a cafe and I ordered this like bowl that was like quinoa, lettuce, and it had like potatoes and sausage in it. So I was like, I'm gonna remake that at home because it seems like I can just make this at home. So I made it at home and I ate the leftovers. Pen. Just get some generic ones out of the way. Sword. I don't want it to be a weapon. Could be... Ideally something stupid but cool. Like, like a vape or something. That'd be so dumb. How would you even fight with a vape? Can you imagine? It's not gonna be a vape, but it would be stupid. Valley Rod. I think the theme needs to be centered around like either something to do with like like justice or something, or streetwear. Like it could be like a microphone. I mean, I think we're just overthinking this. It doesn't really matter at this point. Just go to design a character. Justice themed is complicated. I would say it's one of the easier things to design around because it's like if you believe in justice, it's just black and white. Like both the pen and the sword could be symbols of justice. Or like video game themed, or like tech themed, or like I don't know, not many stick-shaped objects in our daily life, I guess. The flame-throwing guy from Lilo and Stitch. Don't know that guy, but I'll look him up. Ugh, can't find anything except for thirst edits. A toothpick with two giant marshmallows. Okay, we can stop thinking now. We'll do that later. I mean, the fire guy from Lilo and Stitch, that's a pretty, like... That's what people think of when they think about fire performers. I think I would like to figure out how to, like, make this more relevant to modern day, even though it is kind of like a cultural practice. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but you usually see performers like that in like cultural outfits doing this sort of thing. Uh-oh, am I gentrifying fire spinning? Wow. I found one that was just someone recording their TV screen. That was the best I could find. I need to think about silhouettes. I think that might solve my problems. Okay, we're just gonna spitball a bunch of different silhouettes it could be. This guy looks like he would tell me you failed the test because I'm stupid. He is a bit of a egotistical maniac. Sounds about right. There's none silhouette. I don't know about that one. And then if this was a animal, what animal would he be? Well, he is. If the Mafia are wolves, they are wolves. If the Mafia are wolves, this guy needs, like, a wolf. I'm just gonna add a new layer. He needs, like... Maybe we just add... But it's kind of boring if they're all just got little ears on them. These ideas are so bad, bro. But I guess we have to go through them before we get to the good ones. This guy looks like the villain from Puss in Boots. Long time no see. Yep. A lot of anime conventions. I guess he needs to be somebody that kids can cheer for. So nothing too grungy. It's okay, guys. I'm gonna design him to be more friendly. You won't have to run anymore. I don't think I have the visual library to do this. This is very hard, but I feel like it shouldn't be. I think it's only hard because there's too much baggage with this character in my head. I'm just gonna make one of the versions straight up schoolboy themed. No subtlety. I think it'd be funny if schoolboy fire spinner kicked a bunch of adult ass. Oh, but it's kind of like a Thanos situation. Team runoffs. Did I raise a bunch of cowards? guy just wearing his school uniform makes you think about all the superheroes that don't hide their face and still don't get recognized. Well, it won't be him. It'll be another guy. So it's like a... It should be a circusy version of the school uniform. I think that's not interesting. It was a mistake to try to do this without properly outlining. Anytime I draw a hat now, I just K-pop Demon Hunters flashes through my head. Dude, this guy has like a vigilante persona in real life. I'm trying to think about what that would be. And like the superheroes names and personas are so simple. Like Batman. You just make a man who looks like a bat. Tuxedo mask. Guy who wears a tuxedo and a mask. Spider-Man, guy who does spider shit. Like, what is his bit? V for Vendetta. Although V's face and costume doesn't reflect his name too much. I mean, he doesn't even need a hat. I'm just thinking about what resources he would have to make a costume. And I'm like... Bros, give me a headache. I shouldn't design main characters, bro. I actually don't have a headache. It's just irritating. I'm the type of person who would rather like think in words rather than drawings. Even though you can't also think via drawing. It's harder for me to do that. Tuxedo mask. Okay, I just don't think my visual library is big enough to be doing this. So I'm gonna just draw some of my reference. I watched K-pop Demon Hunters. Yes, I did. Which boy is my favorite? I don't have a favorite boy. None of them have personalities except for Jinwoo. Did I like it? Well, I wouldn't say I hated it, but I would not say that I, like, loved it. I think there were, like, a lot of issues with it that I can't, like, my taste in film couldn't get past. Like, there are certain movies I can turn my brain off of, like, but it did not occur with this one. This one I was like, huh? Like, it took me, I watched it 3 times. Each time I was trying to gaslight myself into, like, liking it more. I think it worked. Because I really didn't understand a lot of what was happening. Like, what the central message was. I was like, okay, we want to kill all demons, but oh no, here's a nice demon, and also I'm half demon, so we need to accept ourselves and our shame. And then we kill all demons. Huh? Let's make a new Hanmoon, cause the old one sucks. What does the new one do? Like, what does that mean? How's it different? Like, why are we killing everyone anyway? Like, your mom fell in love with a demon. Like, why are you, like, oh, why can't you? Why do you feel so much shame? It's, like, literally all Celine's fault, in my opinion. And then I read a bunch of Reddit threads of people who were also confused about what the hell was going on in that movie and why it kept contradicting itself. And then somebody said, like, the movie wasn't about trying to, like, redeem demons. It was just about Rumi trying to accept herself. And I was like, okay, if I view it from that lens, it kind of makes sense. But I didn't view it from that lens, because there was a lot of conflicting messaging in it. Random bunny. I thought that's what the old one did. Like, isn't that what the original one should do? Like, Rumi's like, if this is what the Hanmoon is made of, I don't want it. We'll make a new one. And I'm like, but the new one killed all the demons anyway. Like, it sealed them away anyway. And I'm like, what? Rumi's like, actually, I'm the only, like, demonic being that's allowed to exist, you know? And it, like, since there's, like, concept art of Rumi's mom and dad, like, looking lovey-dovey, it's like, clearly, Rumi's not a child of, like, assault or anything. Like, she was a child born out of love between her parents. And I'm like, okay, so demon traits can be inherited. You don't become a demon just because you did something bad. So it can be inherited, like they're inherited traits. Even if you did nothing wrong. Rumi's demonic being is just that way because she's ashamed of being a demon. Like, what? Huh? And then there were lots of emotional beats that weren't paid off, or like they didn't we didn't deserve to have them. Like Amira's trauma about having no family came out of nowhere. What is my favorite animated movie? I mean, probably like Spirit, the horse movie. It was about choosing the greater good, doing the best for everyone instead of choosing yourself. I feel like that's the opposite of what the message was. Because Rumi chose herself instead of the greater good. Well, I think the message they were going for was like, accept your shame, or something like that. But in the end, they didn't really accept their shame. They're just like, let's kill him. No more shame in the world. You don't have to share your cookies. I won't make you. Unless you really, really want to. Thanks, I'm just drawing some reference. Just to get used to these shapes. Because it's honestly ridiculous to try to expect me to come up with original ideas when I can't even... haven't even like drawn the non-original ideas. are these guys? I'm just drawing some reference that I saved. So that I can like enter it into my visual vocabulary. Yeah, it probably just means like, oh, you're so sweet and refreshing. Yeah, or they're drinking your soul. That's also one interpretation. Okay, I think I need to just spend like a day writing. It's kind of futile to try to design with no writing. And hopefully I will make a character that you guys don't feel like you have to run away from. Well, I hope we have a successful character arc throughout this next few days, cause I'm totally stuck. Well, hello if you just joined, but we're gonna end stream now, cause I need to go, like, figure stuff out before I draw anymore. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be more prepared. Do I still draw Bob and Mark? No, they were just, like, teaching assistants, you know? They'll come back when I have something else to draw with them.